with the logging into Zoom, but we'll do the best we can with that. Oh, okay. Well, another morning, day two of 4. Oh my gosh, it moves so fast, and it's lovely to see everyone. Please, I don't know if we've actually mentioned this yesterday, but top priority always is to take care of yourselves. So if you need water or the restroom or anything like that at any point, just don't feel weird about getting up. You can see us moving around all the time. Goodness knows, and getting coffee and things. So there's usually things in the kitchen, so just help yourself. The kitchen is yours as much as ours. So yeah, and let us know if we can do anything to make it more comfortable. Let's see. We're doing housekeeping and response. So every day every evening we get this sort of anonymized feedback from the surveys, and also a number of you just talk to various folks, which is really great and much appreciated. And we sort of use this time to say how we're going to incorporate that. One thing, I think somebody was asking about how the groups are formed, and you may have noticed you've all been randomized again, or mostly there's a few accessibility requests or comfort requests from folks, which we will always accommodate. Please let us know if there's any more of those, and we'll do that as best we can. And other feedback.
Sure. Thanks, Lynn. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for being so, here and present early on a Sunday morning. Anybody else not a morning person? I'm not particularly a morning person. Yeah. Thank you for your service. So we just wanted to go through a few of the things that we heard as feedback from you all and from folks in the room about some things that went well yesterday and some things maybe that we want to kind of work on moving forward. One thing we want to just remind everybody about, going back to kind of the discussion agreements and some of the things that we agreed to do and how we converse with people, is just a reminder we want to call each other what we like to be called. That's an important aspect of being respectful of our fellow delegates and of your fellow delegates and everybody participating in the room. So just a quick reminder about that. One of the other points of feedback that we got from the evaluation surveys was that some people felt a little bit, it sounds like that they might have been pressured to kind of reach agreement a little sooner than they might have liked yesterday. And so we just want to remind everybody this first weekend is really about a discovery phase and kind of learning phase during this assembly. We are going to be kind of moving you more towards like idea generation and prioritizing some of those ideas today. But you're not pressured to agree. Remember, thinking back to the discussion agreements that you all agreed to yesterday, one of those is respectfully disagreeing, right? Like being able to sort of, we don't necessarily have to agree, but we can still kind of interact respectfully. So we heard that feedback and just wanted to kind of name that. Let's see, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the other feedback about kind of questions about the process and how this decision making is going to fit into the process, and we're going to talk about that more in just a few minutes. But I'm going to hand it off to Lauren for a couple of things.
One of the things that we noticed and heard yesterday was that those of you and of us. Sometimes it was the three of us in the observer gallery. Were quite loud. It took a little bit of talking and attention getting from us up front to get that quieted down so we could get everything back on track. So we ask that if you're having side conversations, please take them outside. You know, if we're doing a pair share or something in here, it's okay to chat, but we would like you to still be quieter than the delegates. I think yesterday it overrode the voices here a little bit and was a bit distracting.
I've got a couple other ones here, passing this back and forth, very, very tag teaming. So let's see, another one that noticed, there was a request from a couple folks in the group for more sort of choice in how those small groups are selected. And we think it's great to like mix up, randomize. It's kind of part of the thing here, and you hear things you wouldn't expect. And there's a lot of work to do. Unfortunately, we're going to be dividing again in order to just get things done in a short amount of time. But we hear you, and we'll definitely incorporate some of that today. So you have a more choice, sort of self-determination in those groups. Another thing is somebody commented that they were uncomfortable that there were a couple of questions that weren't really questions in that in the Q&A of the presenters. So that's just a reminder about that. This is all about sort of investigation and information gathering this weekend, opinions second weekend, and we'll step in a little bit more on that request. Also, we heard you on the binders and it being a little bit annoying to shuffle through the tabs and find things there. Apologies. I don't think that's something we can fix for today, but we'll look into that for next weekend.
Little sticky notes are on each binder. Everybody has little sticky notes that you can use to annotate or keep your place in the binder or remind yourself what's where.
Oh, that's right. Grace is saying we have actually done something, little thing. There's some little sticky notes for you to perhaps annotate for yourself if you like. Yay. And okay. City stuff. Or do you want to do actually? No.
Oh yeah, we'll do process overview and then we'll come up. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Or I can do it.
Yeah, so we intended to show this yesterday, I think, and just it didn't happen. We were kind of blazing through some stuff. And there's also a lot of process talk and kind of ground rules and things like group agreements and that kind of stuff on the first day. But I think this is helpful to kind of, can everybody see that? Is that getting?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. On this screen, it's cutting off part of the Zoom call is like cutting off part of it. That's why. Sure. So this is just sort of an overview of kind of where we are in the process and what the overall Civic Assembly process is looking like. You can see, obviously, we've got 4 full days of meeting. We're here on day 2. A lot of what we're doing those first 2 and into the kind of 3rd day is like information gathering. Part of the reason that extends to day 3 is because you all are encountering things where you want more information about something and you don't want to rely on this information committee that helped populate the initial information. You want to make some decisions on your own, and we empower you to make some decisions on your own of, we want more information about this, or we want to hear from this person if we can, or we have these questions we want answered, which is great. So that extends into the second weekend, not next weekend. Just a reminder, quit saying next weekend, everybody. It's not next weekend. I'm not going to be here next weekend. I guess you guys can have a Civic Assembly if you want, but I'm not going to be. So along with that, part of what's happening is kind of collecting and brainstorming some of the values. So the values that you've already put up on the whiteboard over here, you'll be doing more of that today during some of the small group and plenary activities. You'll also be brainstorming and kind of collecting and writing down ideas for potential uses of the site. So you can see we have a few idea sheets up on the wall. We've heard, I think, from a couple of small group moderators that some of you may have started idea sheets, but you're not quite ready to put them up yet, potentially, or you kind of got the beginnings of an idea. So we'll help you kind of get those down today to get them put up on the wall so we can do some kind of initial analysis of those. And then it's getting into kind of prioritizing and analyzing those ideas. So later today, you're going to be doing some initial prioritization. So basically, like kind of a informal voting of we think these ideas are maybe the most important or seem to be have a fair amount of support, and that's going to help us prioritize with the city staff when what they should be doing. Kind of a quick feasibility analysis of those ideas in between the two assembly weekends. So we're gonna go to city staff with this list, kind of prioritized by you all, of here are the ideas that seem to be getting a lot of traction among the Civic Assembly, and can we get some feasibility and budget parameters and things like that on those ideas to help us in the second weekend. And then in days 3 and 4, that's when you're going to be, we talked about this kind of concept of a cohesive vision for the use of the Hughes site. That's going to be more the second weekend and writing those recommendations for this is what we think should be the cohesive vision. And then you see down there in the bottom right corner is engaging with the community and with decision makers. So after that second weekend is really when that's going to happen, and that's going to be kind of the next task for you all is taking those that cohesive vision forward to the city council. So the city council work session, we're going to hear more from Rupa Venkatesh from the city manager's office about that city council work session that's happening in late May, and what might be the kind of expectation and what help we in the city can give you in helping kind of move those recommendations forward with the city council. Does that make sense? What questions do you all have about the process? Anything we can kind of clarify? Great. Okay. Feel free to ask, even if you don't have questions now, especially the bleary-eyed among us, if you think of questions later when you're more awake. This is a quick overview of today's agenda, so we're going to do a little bit of reflection on what you learned yesterday, as well as maybe thought about overnight. We're going to do a little bit more kind of reading time and some synthesis time, so time to bring all of this information and these ideas that you've had kind of bubbling up, bringing those together as a full group. We're going to have 2 more presentation panels. So the second set of panels later this morning, as well as a subset of you are going to be kind of working on like the values section of the whiteboard up here, and kind of thinking about the relevant values that are coming up for everybody. Then we'll break for lunch, the aforementioned favorite segment of mine in the agenda. And then in the afternoon, we have our third group. There will be 3 sets of presenters in that third group presenting, and then we'll have 3 small groups go up with them for kind of targeted Q&A with those 3 presenters, and then do kind of the fourth group will do an interesting activity down here that will be focused on information requests and idea generation, just making sure we're getting idea sheets up on the wall to populate the walls and help you all think about what do we want to prioritize, getting feedback from the city. And then we'll actually get into that prioritization. So first we'll do the prioritization voting, kind of the informal voting on the information requests, which will help us identify what information do we need to bring you for that second weekend. And then you'll do kind of this round of informal prioritization of the ideas. And again, just to reiterate, that is not a binding vote. That is not sort of stipulating that you are like stuck with that idea, or that idea is absolutely one you support kind of at the end of the process. It's just initial prioritization to help the city understand what seems to be kind of what should we focus on in getting feasibility information and other information to the assembly for the second weekend. Any questions about that? Seeing some nods on that last point. That's great. Okay.
I think there's a couple things that we can reiterate with the idea sheets too. Some things we weren't very clear on yesterday. These idea sheets do not have to be a comprehensive vision. They don't have to be something that's ready to go to council. They don't even have to be an idea that you really love and feel confident in. It can be messy. It can be unfinished. It can be a quick thought that you jotted down. And it can be really high level, something that you envision for the entirety of Hughes, or it could be very small, something like, I want to see a frog pond on 3/4 of an acre on Hughes. It can be big as small as you want. But these idea sheets are very important. And in my notes here, I have populate, 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 and then some bullet points, and then populate in all caps. Because in order to get your ideas and the presenter's ideas to the city, to get that kind of feasibility analysis, we want to make sure that we've got all of the options on the table. But like Justin said, nothing is binding. And just because ideas aren't prioritized enough to go to the city for feasibility doesn't mean they get thrown out. They'll still be available the second weekend. So let your creativity run free with these idea sheets. Is there any questions about that? Cool. Rupa? We'll say part of the feedback that we got yesterday too is there was a lack of clarity about, you know, your role or in the importance of the work that you're doing, and also some of the parameters around the recommendations that you can make. So Rupa is here to clarify those things.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So I'm Rupa. I'm one of 2 assistant city managers for the city. I do have some notes because I am a local government nerd. So this is like super exciting for me that you all are here and taking part of this process. So I just want to make sure that I stay focused. So part of my role with the city is to help council address community and resident concerns. And I've had a similar role in a couple of other cities that I work for and a U.S. senator. And governments struggle with the same issue everywhere. How do we reach people? And how do we reach everyone? And how do we bring government to people versus expecting people to always come to government? And so the city of Fort Collins struggles with this too. So when we typically have policy decisions that we want to make and we want to get community feedback, it's usually through traditional community outreach methods. So that's join a task force or take this online survey, join a board and commission. And all of that is self-selection. So people that already have access to government typically are the ones that are applying for those and joining those task forces. And so we tend to hear from the same people. And the Hughes site in particular is one of those issues. So it's been a longstanding, unresolved community conversation, and one that council has heard from a lot about in the community from all these different interest groups. But their question was, okay, so we did the traditional community outreach. We've heard from all these interest groups. We've done the online surveys. People have come to council meetings and they've given their 3 minutes of public comment. But what does everybody else think? This is a community asset that's for all of the community. The taxpayers paid for the purchase of the Hughes site. Whatever uses happen on the Hughes site is going to be paid for by all of the community, not just by a few. So they were really interested in trying to understand what the community really wants. And every 2 years, council sets council priorities. So the last time that they did that and had that discussion was in January of 2024. So there's 2 council priorities that are relevant to this discussion. One of them is so there's 11 council priorities in total. One of them is to make government more accessible and fun. Hopefully you guys are all having fun. And then another one is to develop a Hughes site master plan. And I just want to read the description from what council voted and approved. So in accordance with the voter approved ballot measure, the city acquired the 164-acre Hughes site in summer of 2023. After conducting initial general public outreach and identifying conflicting interests and desires, council will engage in an inclusive process to develop a site plan for future use. So council recognizes that there are these conflicting interests and desires, and they want to engage in an inclusive process. So city staff, we pitched the idea of the civic assembly process because from our understanding, civic assembly processes work the best when there is a contentious, controversial topic that has community impact. And so council agreed. Then in August of 2024, council appropriated $150,000 for this process. So they are very committed to this process and very interested to see what happens. And so with the council priority timeframe of 2024 to 2026, they want to make a decision on what to do with the Hughes site by August of this year. So they are waiting on y'all's recommendations as an input for what they want to eventually see on the site. So May 27th, we have scheduled for a council work session for y'all to come to council and give your recommendations. And they're at 6 o'clock on Tuesdays at City Hall in the council conference room. And the setup is very typical, is very similar to this. So it's not as scary as like council chambers. And I think we'll probably get more into the details of what that looks like, but it'll probably be a small committee of you all working together to put together that presentation and give that presentation to council. So from there, council will take a look at those recommendations, all the other inputs that were received, and make a decision on what they want to do. And then one last thing that we also heard as feedback is the funding piece of it, that we don't have funding identified, but just for your purposes, funding shouldn't be a constraint. And we say that there's no funding because we just want to set expectations for everyone that once the recommendations, once council approves a plan, it's not like it's going to happen overnight, right? So once we actually know what the uses are going to be on the site, then we'll put together a funding strategy. So funding shouldn't be a constraint in this conversation. And that's all I have. Any questions? And I'll be here all day today if you come up with anything. Great. Hopefully that was helpful. Expecting a standing ovation.
Oh, we need our, yes, we need some.
Trying to model good behavior by excusing myself to get up and get a cup of coffee. So if you all need to do that, or go get some water, etc. Do so. Oh, did we? Oh, yeah, it's going to be the pair share. That's right. And then we'll do the biases. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Got it on screen.
So we wanted to give you or do you? Yeah. Lauren came up with this question, so we want her space.
I can't take full credit. I think this stemmed from Ramin, but we want to do a little bit of, excuse me, goodness, a little bit of a pair share check-in again, like we did yesterday morning. And this is the question that we're going to start with. And I'll read it in a second. I will also say that if at any point you run out of things to talk about with this, you can also reflect on key insights or takeaways or anything that you learned yesterday that would be helpful to debrief with somebody. Okay, so this is kind of a visioning process. If you feel like closing your eyes, it might help, but it's not required. So imagine yourself 50 years in the future. You've lived a wonderful life. You've got the people that you love around you, and you're reflecting on Hughes. You're reflecting on your time in this assembly and Hughes and what came of it and what it meant to you and what it meant to the people that you love and what it meant to the community. And in that moment, you feel proud looking back on the Hughes site and your interactions with it and the community's interactions with it. And the question is why? 50 years in the future, looking back, what is it about Hughes and its purpose that makes you feel proud or joyful or grateful or excited? So we'll have you turn to the person next to you, and you've got 5 minutes.
I think we're. You guys agree on your end? Yeah. At first,
little bit. Whoever wants to share with a larger group anything that came up, anything that resonated with you, yours or what you heard, we would love to hear it. And feel free to just grab the mic and start speaking.
I was working on my idea sheet. I haven't done one yet. Well, first of all, speaking for myself, I'll be glad to be still here in 50 years. I admit that I don't have any emotional connection to the site. I only moved here about 5 years ago. I've only been to the site once. So I would say that looking back at this experience, I would smile because I feel very honored and humbled to be a part of this process. I've wanted to be involved with this town. I love this town so much. It's my forever place, and I know that. And I'm proud to be able to have some type of effect on this place. I think looking back, that's what I would remember. You know, that would make me smile. And then I would go off into the light.
Thank you.
I think that what would make me feel proud of the work that we've done in our involvement in this process is being able to look back and know that, like, as a group, we were able to come in and suspend judgment and hear a variety of perspectives and be able to make serving our community that we all love the highest priority for what recommendation is for the Hughes site. I think that's what would make me feel the most proud and the most excited about reflecting on my time in the assembly.
Thank you.
I think I said this yesterday too, but what I think I'd be most proud of is contributing to something that's going to add to the soul of the city, and bring something that is still uniquely Fort Collins to a site that has been pretty important to the city for 48 years, rather than allowing something to happen that's just going to dilute the culture and heart of the city. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I have a little bit of an emotional connection to the site because I live within walking distance and viewing distance and visit it frequently with my family. And what would make me most proud is a facility that takes into account some of the resources that we've been given on the direction that the city is moving in, or its desires to accommodate our community and the direction that they want to move in, and that my children and their children and the other children and walks of life in this community can enjoy for future generations.
Thank you.
We had talked about how regardless of what ends up on the site, we would be incredibly proud to, in some way, shape, or form, acknowledge how the land was acquired, not necessarily by the city in 2023, but by CSU, or, I mean, beforehand, from nations that had occupied this land before.
Thank you. We've got time for about one more.
All right, we're going to move on to the next activity. Thanks everyone for sharing. Appreciate it. Okay, so next up we have a short video that we're going to watch that's about a concept some of you might have heard of called cognitive biases. That's sort of the things, the kinds of things that can happen in group discussions or in any time we're kind of analyzing a problem, things to be mindful of and correct for potentially as you see them come up. So we just tend to have these kind of potential pitfalls that we fall into when we're kind of discussing issues in groups. And this is sort of a follow-up to the kind of the group agreements that we talked about yesterday, but also to help you sort of as you kind of sift through all of this information and you think about ideas and idea generation and hear more information coming in from presenters today. So I'm going to show a video from a partner organization of ours called New Democracy Foundation, which is based in Australia. And they have a short video about what they call unconscious biases or cognitive biases is another term. So this is just a short video and then we'll have a brief discussion of this.
Without us realizing it, our brains can sabotage our own thinking. Instead of thinking clearly, our mind can simply close itself off. Luckily, there's a way to see the bigger picture. If you're aware of these blocks, sometimes called cognitive or unconscious biases, you can address them. This is particularly helpful when you're working with others to make important decisions. There are many unconscious biases. We are going to highlight 6 of the most common ones so that you can identify and work around them. The first bias is anchoring bias. The first or last piece of information you hear or see can create a lasting memory. We tend to remember this information, even if it's not the most useful or relevant piece of information that we have received. The second bias is the bandwagon effect, sometimes called groupthink. When many people take one position, you might feel like you should join them, even if their views don't align with yours. Be clear on your own position and be wary of getting swept along. The third bias is blind spot bias. We all have our blind spots, but they're much easier to recognize in others than in ourselves. To address this, encourage others to watch for your blind spots and you can watch for theirs. The fourth bias is confirmation bias. We're comfortable with what we know and tend to approach new information with fixed ideas. We're more likely to accept information that supports and reject information that contradicts our worldview. This may lead us to stereotype those with a different viewpoint. This is perhaps the strongest bias and the most common, so watch closely for this one. The fifth bias is information bias. Often, when we're in a group, we think we need more information before we can make a decision. Sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it's not. People can often make more accurate decisions with less information. Check that additional information is essential. Delaying a decision for too long while you seek more information is a common sign of this bias. The sixth and final bias is the authority or anti-authority bias. Some of us defer to authority figures. If this person holds an important position, they must be right. On the flip side, some of us disregard anything a person in authority says because we have a low level of trust in experts. Either way, your job is to interrogate the evidence and look closely at the facts, not judge the person stating them. Critical thinking skills can help you do that. Remember, there are many types of biases. These are just 6 that we often see when groups work together. Your job is to spot the bias in others and yourself. If we can all do that, we'll make better decisions together.
Yeah, so we just find that this can be helpful to kind of name some of these and help people kind of be on the lookout for these during your discussions the rest of this weekend and the second weekend of the assembly. I'm just curious, without kind of naming names or calling out specific people or anything like that. Has anybody noticed anything like this so far in your discussions, or things that you go, oh yeah, that sounds kind of familiar, or maybe you've seen that before just in your life in general? Anybody want to share something you might have seen this weekend so far, or maybe not? It does seem like I've sat in on some of the small group discussions and stuff, and it seems like those have been really good. You guys have been doing a great job. So, but yeah, if there's anything you've noticed or things to potential pitfalls that you might want to fall into, anybody want to share anything?
Speaking for myself, I'm white and able-bodied, so I'm trying to weigh the bias I have on some of the proposed options for this site that are geared more towards, active, able-bodied active activities and facilities.
Thanks for that, Lucy. That also sounds like it might be something you would, if it hasn't already, maybe something that's like a value potentially that you want to, in case you want to add that to the values board. Anybody else have anything they want to share? Sorry to give you work, Lucy, with that great comment. I apologize, but great. All right, well, we'll move on. I'll stop sharing my screen in just a second, so I'll leave this up for now. But we wanted to give you all a little bit more time this morning to go through some of the materials that the presenters brought yesterday, the presentations that the slides that the presenters brought, other information in your delegate binder, other information maybe in the document archive over here. We've got 4, I think, copies of that document archive binder if anybody's interested in reading some of that. But just in general, maybe a few minutes of kind of quiet reading and reflection time. If you wanted to read more about the Community Guides report that we heard from Professor Knobloch about yesterday, if you wanted to, other materials, yeah, just take about the next 15 minutes or so. So about 10:05 or so, we will start our next segment. Anybody have any questions before we start that? And as always, feel free to, if you need during this kind of quiet reading time, to get up and get a cup of coffee or a snack, run to the restroom, get some water, anything you need. Free. And feel free to talk to your neighbor, of course. Totally fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. I was presenting the actual plan view, the concept of cats. These guys are the same part of the plan. Which this is the four columns by Mark Cole.
All right, let's head on back here.
Oh yeah.
We're going to do a little bit of talking all together as a group and just getting some of the ideas and things that have come up in small groups back in the full group room here. A couple comments yesterday, which people very wisely said, geez, I feel like there's been some great discussions in small groups, and I really wish I could hear what's happened in the other groups. Well, we're going to have a few times today for that as well. And that's also what these walls are for. We'll have time on breaks as well. If you take a moment and just look at what other people have written there, that's another good way to see what's been happening elsewhere in other people's brains, and hopefully kind of cross-pollinate with your ideas. The other thing I'll note is that I totally blanked on making sure that those questions yesterday went to the presenters. I'm so sorry about that. But I do have we do have a new promise to make to you, which is that we will, if you note who you would like to ask a particular question of, we will direct those questions to them between the weekends. So although it's not in real time here, if there's something burning that you didn't get to ask or you thought of later, and you're like, oh yeah, well, I learned that now and I'd love to ask them about that, please do put it on a question and note who it is. Or you can put the numbers, that works too. We'll remember who's what presenter number. Okay, one more little thing. We have a new delegate today, or actually an old delegate, but just wasn't able to make it yesterday, that wanted to offer time to introduce yourself. Is Jacob here? Yeah, you're here. Fantastic. Would you just say your name, how you like to be referred to, and what you're putting on hold to be here this weekend?
Hey everybody, I'm Jacob. Him. I was fortunate enough just to have these 2 weekends off, and am excited to be here and contribute.
Sweet, thanks. And there will also be, so Anthony is not able to be part of the assembly, but we're early enough on, and this is really the last time that this will happen, that there are people here for a substantial portion of yesterday who are alternates, and Grace is calling one of them up. So you'll be joined by somebody else here probably very soon, and we'll see who that is, who would have saw in the gallery yesterday. Okay. So yeah, this is just going to be some open discussion here. And the key is, what are things that you have, key insights, could be any of these things, insights, questions, values, ideas, things that you just discovered in small groups in particular, or something you've read, really anything that might be in your brain, but not necessarily in the other 19 brains in this room, that you would like to sort of bring out to the larger group. We're going to take some time. Colin, I see you.
This was illuminated to me yesterday by Peter. The idea that it doesn't make any sense for any single use fiscally. It's too expensive to rehabilitate it. There's no money left in the coffers because it was, what was it, $12 million for the land? And it is my opinion that multi-use is the only way to go. And it is also my opinion that in discussing that multi-use, you know, we have to take into consideration all of the speakers that we will have heard by the end of today. And I know that's what the next weekend, not next weekend, but, you know, the following weekend will be focused on. But I want to go on the record saying that the only way that this can be reasonably done is for multiple entities to work together to fundraise so that we can make a cohesive use of the space.
Thanks for that. Just an encouragement again to, as much as you're willing, you're able to hold on to personal opinions for the moment, but we'll have a lot of time for that, but totally okay. No worries. All right, Olive, go for it.
Yeah. I had the opportunity of sitting down with the presenter of First Nations Community Center, and something that I kind of noticed is they're already coming to the table with concessions of how they would utilize the space. I mean, they're limited on manpower and resources in order to take, I mean, you mentioned like the just fiscal or responsibility for it. They're not asking for exclusive use of this space. Essentially, what they're asking for is just the opportunity to host events in that space when it is needed. And I think that is not a difficult ask to accommodate. But I noticed that maybe there were some reservations about giving their presentation some good thought based on how well put together some folks thought it was.
All right, thanks for that. I see Sky.
Yeah, to echo what Colin said originally, I think mixed use makes a lot of sense for the site. I also want to point out the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, the second presenter yesterday. I was in their group, and they specifically said that a high impact bike park could potentially interfere with the Bird Conservancy. Just they mentioned dust as the reason and stuff, and extra traffic. But wanted to point that out since they said that, and also wanted to point out on page 84 of this master plan for Parks and Rec that the Parks Department is underfunded by about almost $1 million. It's 958,000 of current best practices that they want to go for. So I think it's important to not focus on money exclusively, but also be financially responsible and not go for something or prioritize something that's super, super expensive and going to add more to that deficit if possible.
Thanks for that. I see Alex.
Thank you. I was, I'm going to not add my personal opinion here. I found some of the supplemental reading about the land grant universities quite interesting. It was not something I've really dug into before, but basically how we have used indigenous people's land for profit and for universities that have also used it for profit. So that was a little eye-opening to me because I didn't realize kind of how deep that went. And I suggest that you take a look at some of those articles if you haven't already.
All right, sounds good. And I forgot to mention, if you want to refer to page numbers, that is awesome. And if there are any of these items that you haven't put onto a sticky note yet of the relevant kind, please do that as things are coming up now, just so it's kind of part of the record. Okay, let's see, Steve.
I also had some questions about how the history, about how the land was acquired by CSU. And there are a number of references to treaties and some court cases, the Great Sioux Nation versus the people, some of these other court cases that I am wondering, maybe somebody knows and can save everyone a lot of reading if they're still applicable, or if they're still binding, or the treaties are relevant, and why exactly are they recommended reading?
Got it. Was that a question to your fellow delegates or just kind of unknown? Okay, got it. Fair enough. Lucy. Wait, sorry, did I miss Kavanaugh? Sorry.
I think something that came up to me in small groups was making sure once we build the land, like how are all different kinds of groups going to be able to access it? It's like if they're not able to drive or something, how are they going to able to access it? It's like a busing system or maybe connecting it to some kind of trailer or something to make sure all different groups can access it.
All right, Lucy.
Something I thought that was valuable when reading the City of Fort Collins Parks and Rec Master Plan was that it included the recognition of the need for a bike park in the community, and that out of the different hobbies and activities that the plan included, like dog parks and gardening and what was one of them? Tennis. Bike parks to support the 50+% increase of interest in the community over the last 5 years. 2 were recommended to meet the level of service required to support the lifestyle for those community members. And when reading some of the council feedback comments from 2016 and 2017, there was a mix of comments in there about not obstructing the views, the natural views at the site with any facilities or night lights in the evenings. I just thought that was interesting to read when weighing it with some of the other proposed site opportunities.
Thanks for that. Have just a few more minutes here. Any other comments, things that came out of those small group discussions with presenters yesterday? Really notable. Fantastic. No worries. Oh yeah, Peter, go for it.
So, not an opinion, but it did seem like the Raptor Center, that group seemed,
hold it a little closer.
Yeah, the Raptor Center and the other associated group seemed to already have some funding model to support their facilities. So then that wouldn't be all on the city or all on the citizens to fund that. And I also think that could be a requirement on like any other construction facility, like a bike park in another part of the location. So that I guess I was thinking, in fact, I was thinking we should tax the groups that are involved like as an infrastructure tax, so that then that could help deal with like the species and things that aren't on their particular chunk, but that would benefit the whole site. So, and that came up in the discussion with the executive director.
Thanks for that. All right, cool. Well, we'll come back to more of this sort of as people break out and then come back with more discoveries. So take note of anything you'd like to share back to the group while you're in those other groups today. But for right now, let's take a break. 1 minute early, too. Oh, my gosh. We get a 16-minute break. The luxury. Wow. Oh, no. Really. Let's be back here at 10:35. Or maybe even a minute before, because we'll jump straight. I know. Okay, fine. All right, 10:35. We'll jump straight into presenters at that point.
Here's a minute.
Never mind. Actually, you don't give me that back.
What's your time?
Becca Wendell with CSU and Ross Connick with Preserve Fort Collins. All presenters were asked to provide a bio and key takeaways for their presentation. PowerPoints were optional, but that's what the handouts that you just received. And I am going to get Becca's slides pulled up and pass it over to her.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me out today. So my name's Becca Wendell. I have been a biologist for the last 10 years or so, working in a variety of different capacities. Sorry, I'm not very loud. Working in a variety of different capacities, everything from like academic to nonprofit to government work with wildlife. I'm currently a PhD student at CSU in the Fish Wildlife Conservation Biology Department. And I'd say broadly speaking, my research interests lie in this intersection of animal behavior and then conservation and management challenges. So these are just a variety of different areas that I'm either actively doing research in or have a lot of interest. So carnivore coexistence questions, questions of wildlife recreation dynamics, species interactions, and then disease dynamics. And so I guess, as I was asked to speak here today, it was a broad, speaking about wildlife uses of the land at Hughes. It's a pretty big topic. And so I'm just seeing my role as presenting a little bit of information in terms of human and wildlife sort of interacting on the landscape and what that might mean for Hughes. And then we'll just really encourage folks to speak with Fort Collins natural areas managers in terms of really specific uses of wildlife at Hughes, because they're the boots on the ground folks who are going to have the best knowledge of what's actually going on there. And so, we are really lucky in Fort Collins to have this amazing diversity of wildlife in the area. Prairie dogs are some of my favorites. I saw them on a run this morning. Woodhouse scrub jays, bobcats, the two-tailed swallowtail, just a few of the amazing critters we have here. And then before I dive into things, just want to highlight that Hughes Stadium isn't the first big conservation, success story for Fort Collins areas. So Riverbend's Natural Ponds is a great example of an area that was a highly impacted site that was converted. It was all these gravel mine pits that were converted into pond areas, and they now serve a really great diversity of uses for both wildlife and our community. So there's fishing ponds, 3 miles of trails for walking and hiking and things like that. And then also it's one of the Audubon Society has named it a really important bird area. So just a neat success story there that's happening right here in Fort Collins. And so there's a few studies I want to highlight, I think, that just give a good overview of human disturbances and wildlife adaptations. So this first one by Jesse Lewis, a PhD student at CSU, he studied, this was a study that took place just down the road in Boulder, but then did a nice job characterizing, I think, how wildlife and humans are interacting together in terms of these 3 broad categories. So first, as we're considering human impacts on wildlife, it has a lot to do with the disturbance characteristics. Frequency, timing, predictability is a really key one. So whether it's trailed or untrailed use. Then there's wildlife characteristics. And so here on the right-hand side, there's this by McKinney et al. A gradient of where different wildlife species can fall on a gradient of sort of sensitivity to humans. Everything from these urban avoider species to urban exploiters. And then I think the third real key element to consider is that as we're thinking about wildlife uses here, they obviously need some refugia. There's spatial characteristics that come alongside that. So those have to do with habitat quality, size, configuration, things along those lines. But there's also this really important temporal component too that is active, one of the neatest parts in terms of thinking about these urban adapter species, where as long as they have a quiet time, this often ends up being nighttime to move into, that there really can be some nice overlap. And then one other neat study that, again, happened right here in Colorado, this was looking at conservation development areas. So these were really intentionally planned conservation developments that were mixed into residential communities, and then looking at habitat use by a variety of different songbird species. And I think just like quick thing to highlight here is that the responses were pretty variable, but there were cases where these really nicely planned conservation development areas were actually had higher probability of use than some of the undeveloped lands and vice versa. So there's just a mix in terms of different critters. And so then final point I want to make is just how important it is to connect everyone to nature. So here, I think key things to remember are that like things like habitat quality, human uses are only two of many different factors that really shape ecological processes out on the landscape. And so I think like one of the maximum conservation outcomes for the site, especially in talking with colleagues who work really closely in these like conservation spaces, is to try to maximize opportunities for as many people as possible to experience and appreciate and just like really connect with nature. So yeah, just a vision for Hughes. These are again just like bouncing around ideas of with colleagues that might be some of the best uses for the site, but advocating for multiple shared uses for both people and wildlife. I think this could look a lot of different ways, but yeah, trying to build community and that appreciation. Similarly, connecting, trying to strengthen connection and access to outdoors and nature. I think things like having a bus stop at Hughes could be kind of cool to just make sure that, yeah, everybody can access the areas. Yeah, gazebo to do like nature camps or bring school groups out, stuff like that. And if there are really nice planned areas for habitat to try to minimize disturbance in this area, this doesn't mean people have to be excluded, but like maybe trail views, nighttime closures, things like that. And then again, just want to emphasize that working with Fort Collins natural area folks are going to be really important. So thank you.
Right, Becca. You want to stay up there and you can do our Q&A. We've got about 6 minutes. It's your period. As a reminder, just put your table tent on the side and then we'll recognize. So what questions do we have for Becca? Benjamin, you want to?
You had mentioned that like nighttime closures and like a set designated trail would be beneficial for wildlife. Are there any like other things that we can do to try and make sure that if we do try to restore the space, that wildlife is protected from human interference?
Yeah, I think there's a really nice body of literature that could be like dove into extensively to try to figure out specifics. It really does depend on like what sort of critters would be using the area, things like that. But there's great literature around like different buffer areas of disturbance, and some of them are pretty small, so don't need a lot of area, but others are quite large. So I think it really depends on the critters, but there is a lot of great literature that could help guide some of that. Yep.
Thanks for that. Liz?
I don't know if you can answer this, or it might be the natural areas. Is there a migratory path through part of Hughes already that could be enhanced? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about like bird migration stopover sites, it's probably more around like something with water type area for waterfowl species. It really is species dependent. I'm not sure. I doubt right now it's an important migratory stopover.
Okay.
Yep.
The example you gave of the Riverbend Ponds natural area being restored, first of all, thank you for highlighting that. And second of all, do you think a restoration or conservation effort to make something functional in a way that's similar to the Riverbends area would be impeded at all by like an on-site facility, whether it relates to conservation at all?
Yeah, I think like as long as it's really well planned in terms of configuration, it could have a lot of shared uses. I mean, the area does go along Overland, for instance, which is already kind of highly impacted. So I just think like maybe strategically thinking about where different uses would be placed would be beneficial. But yes, I actually think that would just like maximize people's ability to experience nature and connect to it. And that's great for like Fort Collins conservation, but like planetary conservation as well.
Just curious, do you know what kinds of wildlife would be back in the area once it is restored? Can you speak more to that?
Yeah, this is where I'm not entirely sure, especially with like the compaction that's happened there. I'm not entirely sure like what's possible. But I mean, this is where like the adjacent Maxwell natural area and talking with folks there in terms of what species they see crossing over. I mean, we already like I live fairly close there, so I run through and there's mule deer and western meadowlark and all that right now. So probably similar kind of shrub steppy grassland interface species.
Fair.
So it sounds like there hasn't been any sort of survey, any formal survey about what wildlife is there and isn't there. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge. Yeah, I don't think there would have been something. I think that would be useful potentially.
Yeah, thank you.
We have a couple more minutes. Any other questions? We will have a little more small groups will be paired up with Becca in a little bit for more detailed kind of discussion. Report back to the group later. So think of anything for kind of the detailed Q&A. So thank you, Becca.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, you guys, you snuck up on me. Sorry. Peter.
Given that it's 150 acres or whatever it is, I guess by different species and the idea of overland, can you imagine it being phased? So there's more constructed stuff like the Raptor Center or Bike Park, whatever, closer to overland, and then still having space to buffer and then into the Maxwell area.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would like add connectivity in the back end then to the Maxwell area already. But yeah, I think like some of that front, like already facing, would be just perfect for access. And yep, but those are great like configuration considerations.
Yeah, and I like the transit center stuff.
Yeah.
Having access that doesn't require driving. Thank you.
I think we got time for Steve. Your question.
So is it, I guess I was reading that the Hughes Stadium site was also a staging ground for heavy equipment during the construction of the Horsestooth Reservoir. Can you talk about how difficult it would be to restore the grassland there? Or
Yeah, this is where like I'm definitely not a restoration expert by any means. But yeah, like I think it would be hard for prairie dogs right now to expand into there, for example. And I'm sure it has impacted the landscape to some degree. But yeah, this is where I think like experts in terms of restoration would be beneficial in terms of what's actually possible.
Thank you, Becca. Okay, we'll wrap up there. Thanks again, Becca, for coming and match you up with one of the small groups for further discussion. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to Good. Okay.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Morning. Everybody well caffeinated? My name is Ross Knafe. You've got my bio, but just highlighting a couple of things. I'm the chair of Preserve Fort Collins, and I am also the chair of the Land Conservation and Stewardship Board in the City of Fort Collins, but I'm speaking on behalf of Preserve Fort Collins, not on behalf of the Land Conservation Board. So just keep that in mind. This is entirely a Preserve Fort Collins focused presentation. And the other thing is that the Preserve Fort Collins Board has not taken any position on a use for the Hughes site. So I'm going to be talking more about guiding principles and thoughts based on Preserve Fort Collins mission and what we've done. So, but just highlighting a little bit of background, I have been part of local government boards and commissions, Poudre School District Board of Education, and the City of Fort Collins City Council combined for something like a quarter century. So I feel like I do have a little bit of knowledge and contributed a bit at least to the character of Fort Collins as we enjoy it today. So hopefully what I say is well informed by that history. The Preserve Fort Collins mission is to preserve Fort Collins' high quality of life for all residents. And it was that mission that guided our opposition to what we viewed as heavy-handed land use code changes and led to 2 successful referendum drives to repeal those initiatives. And the reason that we chose those 2 initiatives, I think, is informative for Hughes, is that what we saw was that the policy changes that were being proposed really would mostly benefit large money interests. And unfortunately, local government everywhere, Fort Collins is not unique, tends to be tempted by the idea that something that benefits big moneyed interest will somehow trickle down to everybody else. And it never really happens. The only thing that I've ever seen succeed are intentional efforts to accomplish policy goals rather than second order effects or hoping that by somehow enabling things that they will happen. I think to do something, you actually have to do something. So the other guiding principle of Preserve Fort Collins is that the will of the people matters. The will of the people matters a lot. And in fact, by city charter and state law, it actually, in the case of the Hughes Initiative, has the force of law. And I just wanted to read a couple of excerpts. I've got the ballot language, and this is actually not the ballot question. This is the ballot language that goes along with the ballot question. The first 2 whereases are, whereas the citizens of Fort Collins have shown strong support to preserve and provide open space, natural areas, community separators, wildlife habitat, and trails for today and for the future. And whereas Fort Collins citizens currently enjoy their open spaces and natural areas, the recreation they provide, such as walking, hiking, biking, wildlife viewing, bird watching, and fishing, the educational opportunities and programs provided to people of all ages and backgrounds, and the beautiful landscapes and views that they provide. So this is what the people of Fort Collins voted on. This is what the people of Fort Collins, by a 65% affirmative vote, supported and put into city code. As I said, the Preserve Fort Collins has not taken a position on any proposed use, but there are some things I think we can say from our guiding principles is that in general, in Fort Collins, we advocate for low density, low intensity, that the character of Fort Collins is not the character of a big city, that we shouldn't be pursuing big city amenities and big city character. Instead, let Fort Collins be what Fort Collins is. That means probably sports venues, amusement park style amenities. These things are not what we would consider compatible with the character of Fort Collins, nor with the ballot language that I just read. The other thing is that if you read all the way through that ballot language, you'll find that the intent at least is pretty clear that it was not to sell or swap any of that land, that instead it should be owned by the city of Fort Collins. The last thing I want to point out, and it's in my takeaways, is err in haste, repent at leisure. That they're usually fast decisions made with the promises of future vaguely defined benefits don't pan out. And I have, unfortunately, firsthand experience of that. And I want to highlight the Foothills Mall as a case in point. I was highly skeptical of it in 2014 when the redevelopment proposal came that involved $53 million of public funding. Actually, when you include financing costs, it was $170-ish million. And that it would bring all sorts of economic benefits to Midtown Fort Collins, that it would revitalize the area, that it would never have to be an eyesore again. And I was skeptical, but I voted for it. And that was a mistake because now it's a liability. So I would say, whatever you recommend, I would suggest that take your time, tell council not to be in a hurry, and try to pick something that will be a benefit forever, not something that might be the current fad or fashion of the day. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ross. We'll do 6 minutes of Q&A time. Questions do we have for Ross? Alan?
Hi, Ross. Thanks for being here. I did some studying last night, and in our booklets here, we don't have any of the whereases on that. All we have is the paragraph that appeared on the ballot. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And I should mention that I've put a request in that we all get all the whereases because they're important, and we haven't really discussed those. In the whereases, though, the word education is mentioned several times. Is it your position that on the site installing facility whose focus is education would be at odds with the environment up there?
I would say I can't speak on any specific facility because the specifics of the proposal matter a lot, right? The size and density, location relative to adjacent facilities, Maxwell and Pine Ridge natural areas and other things. And the operational parameters in terms of nighttime. You mentioned lighting at night, and I was one of the main advocates for the Night Sky initiative in Fort Collins. So those would be concerns I would personally have, and probably Preserve Fort Collins would have. Education in general is mentioned specifically in the whereases, though. So as part of whatever happens there, if it has an educational component, I do think it would be compatible. So thank you.
Just briefly, that there is that language in the resource binders.
Yeah, I'll say that on mic real quick. The full language, the full text of the ordinance is in the archive binder. Lucy.
In your opinion, sir, what are some non-big money results that you think were implemented successfully?
In the city of Fort Collins in general, historically, I think the Natural Areas Program is a shining example of something that frankly was opposed by a lot of the big money interests at the time, but ironically has had amazing benefits for the realty industry. They now have it as a selling point of close by to natural areas. And again, it was, if you want to do something, do something. It was ask the citizens if they would support a dedicated tax to purchase in perpetuity open lands, habitat, these things for those purposes. And I think that was a very good success. Frankly, even on the more development-oriented ones, our own transportation tax is a great example. It's dedicated for making sure that our transportation roads particularly are well maintained. And although we do have the occasional pothole, on the whole, Fort Collins roads, I think, are much better maintained than other places because of that do what you mean to do kind of attitude rather than do kind of big picture, bend the curve, hope for aspirational type things.
Sorry, sir, what was the first one you mentioned?
The Fort Collins natural areas tax, the open land, open space, yes, and that's referred to, I think, in your packets.
Thank you.
Have a second question?
No, I didn't.
Oh. The full text of the open space ballot measure is also in the archive. Let's read
Ross, can you tell me on the council language there, who created that? Is that the city attorney's office that puts that together?
And which the ballot language
Yes.
that is before you?
Yeah.
No, typically the ballot language is in the case of an initiative, an initiated citizen initiated measure. The citizens group will do their own language drafting. The city attorney may weigh in a little bit on what may or may not be compatible. In fact, with the Hughes initiative, the city attorney and the city council asked a district judge to weigh in on some of the language. In fact, the language was changed as a result. But this is the final language that was approved by the voters and approved by the council to put on the ballot. So the process goes: people submit an initiative proposed ordinance. The language gets approved by the city staff, then that gets collected by signatures are collected, and if the signature collection is found to be adequate, then the council will add that language to the ballot. So that's generally the process. But this language was written entirely, although slightly edited. This was written by the citizens group.
I think we have time for one.
Did you say Preserve Fort Collins does not have an opinion on what you? Is that what you said?
The board has not taken an opinion on any proposed use at the Hughes site at this time.
Well, why is that?
It hasn't really been the main thrust of our organization to date has been the built environment and the land use code around that. So it has, although it is adjacent, has not been a central question, but perhaps the board might decide to take an opinion if.
So, okay, thank you, Ross. Okay, the group will get some time to speak with Ross. More detail in just a little bit. Lynn. Oh, let's thank Ross for. Your close up.
Oh my gosh. Appearing out of the little it's quite a cave. So in response to your request that you have some more ability to choose who you're speaking with, devised a little plan that will involve some random chance if more than 5 people want to go to a particular place. There's also a half of the assembly that will stay here during this section because there are only 2 presenters in this block. In order to keep it consistent, fair, even for all the presenters and sort of the exact same experience across the board, we're keeping it like that. Plus, you all have a whole lot of work to do, I'm sorry to say. So half of the assembly will be staying here and to work on reading and extracting as many of these kind of ideas from different places in this extensive reading as possible, as well as value, as well as some just sort of synthesis and something else that I'm forgetting too, I think at the moment, it's on my other notes. So it'll be sort of work time in pairs for the most part on that half of the assembly that stays here. And maybe let's start here. I'm guessing that probably most folks would prefer to talk to presenters, but just in case, is there anyone that would be excited about a little bit of quieter time and kind of continuing to dig into those materials? Awesome. Okay. I'm giving you cards. You're an ace. Ace. Ace means 1 in this case, group 1. And
I have a quick question.
yeah, go for it. Grab a mic if you would.
If you go to a small presentation group discussion right now, does that mean you're exempt from going in? Like, not exempt, but like you can't go in the afternoon? Like, is it a one or the other?
Good point. Thank you very much for mentioning that. Yeah, so we'll like swap basically.
Okay.
Now there will be one group 3 that will go to both because there are 3 presenters in the afternoon. So whoever ends up in group 3, you'll see presenters in small groups all day long. If you're in group 4, if you end up in group 4, go see a presenter now, and then part of that sort of work crew in the afternoon. With that in mind, I'd like to stay in the work crew now. Okay. Other cheers for hanging out here. Fantastic. Someone else, right? Great. Oh, this might actually work out where people get more of what they want. That would be really great. Oh, amazing. Else? Please. Okay. Okay. And who would like to see, would like to talk more with Becca, I believe the first presenter that you just saw just now. Okay, let's just see how many could you raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, fine, fine. I'm going, and who would like to see second presenter? Ross? Ross, is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4 in particular. Okay, all right. Do this. Hold on a second. I've made it more complicated on myself. All right, let's start there. Let's start with Ross first, since there's only 4 there. Who else was on that team? Right, fantastic. That was 4. Okay, great. Around here. Now I'm going to mix the rest of these up so you have a chance. It's another lottery. I know, it's just, hey, always on brand. Always on brand. Lotteries all the time. All right. Well, that's a little bit complicated. Apologies. But it hopefully has given a little bit more choice and a little bit more people getting what they want. And apologies to those who didn't. So groups ACE, aka 1, groups 1 and 2 stay here. Group 3, you'll be with Becca. And group 3, TMF, there is your guy 3. And group 4, you're with Maya and fantastic. And one more. Introduce Krista. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Krista. Welcome. As I mentioned earlier, there's one more spot. Another person who couldn't be here, wasn't and couldn't be here for the duration. Krista was here for quite a bit of the day yesterday, and we called up the alternates who are still available and working yesterday. And we'll help you get caught up to this point. Welcome. Could you grab a microphone just really fast and say just your name, how you'd like to be called, and what you're putting on hold to be here?
My name is Krista, and you can just call me Krista. I am putting really nothing on hold. I was at Safeway when I got the phone call. Early morning grocery shopping done. So yeah, glad to be able to fill in the spot.
Yay! Thank you so much. This will be your assembly for the duration. So wonderful. One more announcement.
Can you just remind people who were randomized into that last group? I think there was some confusion about what card they got and what that card was.
I'm sorry. Yes, the card is the group number. Don't pay attention to the suit. Clubs doesn't matter. So you have an ace, you're in group 1, stay here. If you have a 2, you're in group 2, stay here. If you have a 3, you're in group 3, group 4, group 4. All right, cool. All right, thanks much.
Group 3.
Observers.
Okay, have fun.
Observers are welcome to go smaller discussions as people. Yeah.
I'm
filter back toward the great you. So almost everybody's here. I'll say just so we have just a few minutes for some sort of miscellaneous little things here, and then we'll jump into the next set of presenters in a moment. First miscellaneous thing is to let you know that, yeah, if you've discovered more things in small groups or in reading or anything that you want to share back with the whole assembly, the time for that will be a little bit later today, looking at about 2:25 or so on the agenda. So hold on to those things and bring them back. We'll have time for that. I forgot to ask this morning, somebody asked yesterday if there was going to be time to revisit the discussion agreements, anything to add or modify. Just wanted to throw that out there again. Are those still working for everybody, or do you want to add anything to agreements now that you've been in small groups for a little bit, things that you're thinking about? Totally fine. If not, just want to the floor in case. All right, fair enough. And now, in response to a request from you all, can I get a couple of small group mods to help out? You asked for copies of the ballot measure to have in hand, and we've done that. Thanks very much for that request. Appreciate that. Always, and any requests is so. Thank you. Thanks, Phil. So there's those, and Rupa has something from sort of to pass along from the city attorney's office, I believe, as sort of like a little bit of context around the ballot measure in response to some of your questions.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So we heard some questions related to the ballot ordinance that was put forward. So I just want to clarify and make sure you all don't think that we're trying to hide anything. So when you look at the 2-page document, if you turn to the back, the section under where it says now therefore be it ordained as follows, that's actually what's legally binding that the voters approved. And in clarifying with the city attorney's office, if there was any questions about the ambiguity of the legally binding language, then the courts would take a look at the recitals. So the whereas clauses are called recitals. So they would take a look at that to figure out the intent. And there's not any more importance that the courts put on like the order of the recitals. So just want to make sure that's clear. If there's any questions? I know you guys just got this. And I'll just say one of the whereas clauses that's kind of at the bottom of the first page does talk about parks, recreation, and open grants and wildlife rescue and education centers and the public lands piece of it.
Let me ask you. So I did cross about the wording and who was the author of that word. And who did the wording for this one?
Yeah, so the citizen group put together this. So what he said was accurate.
Yeah. So this has nothing to do with the city attorney's office.
Not to the extent that he explained this morning, right? So I just wanted to get clarification from the city attorney's office related to the whereas clause and the recitals that he had mentioned. And there was a comment too that this document wasn't forefront in your binder. So we just want to make sure that you have it. And just to clarify that the legally binding piece is the sections that are after now, therefore be it ordained as follows. And that's the ballot language that the voters saw.
All right, any further questions about that? City staff are here. All right, super. And any further information requests as well, remember to add those up here and take a look at those in passing in case you all might be able to answer any of them for each other. That's a bonus. Okay, I think we're set.
All right, everybody, we are going to hear from our next and final panel of presenters. We're going to be hearing from folks from the Overland Mountain Bike Association first, followed by Stephanie Watson-Lewis with the BIPOC Alliance, and then wrapping it up with Eliza Catherine and Melissa with PATHS. So Overland, you're welcome to come up.
Could we get one more chair up here? Sorry about that. Thank you.
Couple extra chairs. I think we're good.
Right, as you know, you'll have about 6 minutes, and because of the timing, one blip after another here, I'll let you finish your thought, but then I'll have to cut you off. So, and the timer is TMF right there with the green clipboard. All right, thanks, and carry on. Oh, yep.
Make sure I know how to navigate this thing.
Yep, totally. Let's see. Hold on a second. I think they're.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. Can I get started?
Go for it.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Kraus. I'm really excited to be here with you all.
Let's make sure we use a microphone and speak closely.
Okay, I'll start over. Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Kraus, and I'm really excited to be here with you all in this important process. I'm here with Nadia, Kenny, and Joanna. And we're here to talk to you about Hughes, a multi-use park and open space, including a bike park. And this process is so great. It's inclusive, right? We're a community coming together, and it's really important that we're doing this. Space we're envisioning, as I'll tell you here, is also inclusive, and that's part of our message. The other thing is, I want to point out, I'm wearing shorts today, and I've got some special socks on. They represent the youth of this community. They're Wolfpack socks. Those are our kids on bikes. There's no youth in this room, and they're important voices, and there are thousands of them. Let me jump in. So we voted yes on Hughes public open lands, and we support the effort based on the uses in the ballot language: parks, recreation, and conservation. We're here to represent families, local nonprofits, and tens of thousands value our outdoor recreation and bike culture in Fort Collins, which is a nationally recognized bike community. Over 35,000 adult county residents are mountain bikers, most of which are in Fort Collins. This doesn't include the vast number of youth that I mentioned who also ride bikes of every type, or other adults who participate in different types of cycling like BMX, road, cyclocross, or just ride around town like we all love to do here. This vision is a multi-use vision that we're bringing forward that brings together the value of Fort Collins. We see Hughes as an opportunity to have a naturalized setting that offers the community an inclusive space for all to use in some way. Whether that's walking, running, rolling, disc golf, sledding, parks and open space, picnic areas. We see this as not only a space for that, but a learning environment to offer interpretive and educational exhibits on the site history, the ecological value of the foothills area, and more. A bike park is a key to this vision because we have such a long-standing high level of community support for this asset. A bike park is primarily trail-based, right? So most of what you see, if you look out at a larger scale bike park, is grassland with some trails running through it. There's also additional features like pump tracks, tot tracks, and other kid-friendly features and family-friendly features, dirt jumps, and more. There's a lot more information that the city is able to bring forward as part of the bike park feasibility study that I would urge you all to lean into and get more info on what a bike park can be and the feedback they've heard so far. The site itself is ideal because of the terrain character. So it's a unique opportunity in that it's owned by the city and it has sloping topography. That is not something that's easy to find in other locations. It's also highly accessible to all members of the community due to the location near the low stress bicycle network, soft surface trails, and the future West Elizabeth Transit Center. A bike park benefits Fort Collins. So a bike park would not have negative environmental impacts. This is categorized as a low impact use in other communities. It's daytime hours only, no lighting, and there's an opportunity to coexist natural area, open space with parks like we do in so many areas and other parks and natural areas around the city. As we know, it's a heavily impacted, developed site. And it doesn't just serve a limited population. Similar bike parks to use from all ages and abilities and all types of equipment. And the community has been loud and clear. This serves thousands and thousands of people who live here and love to bike and recreate outdoors. It would also not take up a large section of the property. Here on this slide, we start to show the vision of this multi-use space, and you can see that it's mostly just space, right? And there's a lot of opportunity for other uses that you're hearing about and other needs in the community. We show here on the northeast side a bit of where it makes sense to have some sloping trails and so forth for bikes. But again, mostly what you'll see in the viewscapes are going to be natural looking grasses and so forth. This is not a high development piece. So we can spend a little more time on this as we have the time. I'm going to turn it over to Nadia for a moment.
Hi there, my name is Nadia Fry, and you may have heard of Nick Fry. He's my husband, and we work together to get the ballot initiative, and we worked with paths in leading up to and including the ballot initiative that you reviewed earlier today. And I just wanted to mention that the original members of paths did not have a clear vision as to what the use of the open space would be. It was just a combined effort of many community members to stop the development, the housing development on the Hughes space.
Thanks, Nadia. And we're running low on time here, but I would urge you to review this slide and consider that this community is potentially small at this point who is not wanting any development. That's not what we're hearing when we engage with the public. I know we're out of time.
Super. Appreciate the consciousness of time. Thanks very much for that. All right, let's open it up to questions. Seeing Colin R, go for it.
What's up, you guys? You said it was small. Do you have acreage?
You want to take that?
We do not have exact acreage. We're anticipating less than 25% for an entire footprint. But within that footprint, you've got multiple trails going through the area with even more naturalized landscape spaces. So we talk about an overall footprint of less than 25%, but still a good portion of that is going to be naturalized. It's going to be grassland and not just developed completely over with pavement or anything like that.
Okay, follow up. You had it on the northeast corner of the property. Are you set on that location? Are you open to having somewhere else on the property?
We are very open, but just knowing the terrain characteristics, you need some slope and elevation and topography to best suit this type of trail use. But we also want to really tap into the talent within the city. The parks planners, the environmental planners, the landscape planners, landscape architects, to really design a true multi-use space that functions within that entire area. So we're hesitant to really say it should look exactly like this. But yeah, that's the general idea.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alex.
Thank you. I'm frantically looking over the bullet points, so sorry if you answered this. But do you anticipate having any permanent structures?
Again, I think we'd point to the bike park feasibility study that the city is moving forward with. And so there's been talk of typical park-like features, right? Whether that's a shaded area, bathrooms, that level. There's not like large scale building needs and so forth.
All right, thanks, Steve.
I'm just wondering, are you familiar with the Hughes Land Back Initiative and the acquisition of the property from CSU, the history of it, and do you have an opinion about that? And is it compatible with your vision?
That's a great question. I think those are all important considerations, and I think that's what you all are here to do and consider. I don't want to represent our community with a viewpoint on that issue. I think it's very important to consider.
As far as the underground infrastructure, do you have any opinion about what that could be used for? Pretty comprehensive.
To be clear, existing underground?
Yeah, I know there's a lot of remnants of this former stadium, that are buried still. So there's concrete, rebar, and pipes, and how that gets remediated. Again, we're not the experts on that. We're going to defer to parks planners, landscape architects on how best to mitigate those issues.
All right, we got 3 minutes and 5 people on stack. If we can have quick answers, we might be able to get through, folks. Let's go to Sky.
Awesome. So you mentioned access to the low stress bike network in your presentation. Looking at the 2021 Parks and Rec Master Plan, I don't see access on there, as well as having ridden around myself plenty. What trails specifically are you referencing with that? Is it a future trail, current trail? Like, what do you have in mind? What do you mean?
That's a great question. So I would point out a couple of things on the strategic trails plan draft, or maybe it's further than draft now. There's two connection points showing actual paved trail connections to or through the property. Number one. Number two, I would look at the neighborhoods. I'm not going to articulate them off memory, but getting to the site through neighborhoods, through like the Pitkin Bikeway and so forth to that west side of town. Something my family does regularly. I know others do too. And then I think the thoughtfulness with the West Elizabeth Transit Plan and how that would also bud out some pedestrian and cycling infrastructure even more north-south. So that's my thought. And the bike lanes on Overland.
All right, let's go to Ben.
You guys mentioned naturalization. Do you mind just clarifying what your vision is there?
Again, that's still kind of up to the landscape architects, the parks planners. But yeah, bringing in trees, trying to bring back native grasses. I know that site is currently a lot of invasive weeds, gravel parking lot. So there's a lot of remediation that needs to be done to the entire site. So I think it depends on the scope of the entire property and what all is included in terms of what that landscaping and naturalization might look like.
The other point I'd add to that is some of the pier type bike parks like Valmont in Boulder. It is primarily native grasses. As if you look at the overall footprint, it is primarily that.
All right, we may only get to one more question here. Lucy.
We have the bike park feasibility study in our delegate binders, but could you please clarify what next steps are after this study?
Yeah, so our understanding is the staff leading that study, the outcome is to identify the needs of what a bike park is in Fort Collins, what the citizens, what the community members are looking for in a bike park, as well as identifying potential locations. And so the last communication that was put out, they identified up to 9 locations. Hughes is one of them. This is my understanding. Again, I'd clarify with staff. Our concern is none of the other properties are known or have been communicated. That will be kept private. We don't know if they have any sloping topography. We don't know really anything about them or if they can actually be acquired. So I would worry about punting to say, well, there's 8 other sites. You know, is that going to satisfy the community? I think Berthoud built a bike park recently. It is flat, and folks that go there often don't go back. It is not a amenity that sort of carried out.
All right, I'm going to have to stop us there, or the 40 seconds over. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. And great. Thank you. All right. If we can have the next group on their way up here. And are there slides for this one, or is that already? No. Great. Wonderful. Whenever you're ready then.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephanie Watson-Lewis. I'm with the BIPOC Alliance here in Fort Collins. And I'm here this morning to talk to you about an important opportunity we have to address historical injustice, to create a brighter future for all. The land where the Hughes Stadium once stood holds very deep significance. It's not just a piece of property, but it's a symbol of a rich culture and heritage of the indigenous people who are the original stewards of the land. Returning the land is not just an act of justice, it is stepping forward towards healing, sustainability, and community empowerment. Before the Hughes Stadium was built, the land was part of the ancestral territory of the indigenous tribes, including the Ute, Lakota, Arapaho, Cheyenne, and others. These tribes lived in harmony with the land, using it for sustainability, ceremonies, community life. However, colonization and land grants displaced this community. Stripping them of their rights to connect to their heritage, the land was transferred to Colorado State University in 1957 under the land grant designation, but the original stewards were never compensated or acknowledged. Once you admit something is stolen, shouldn't you return it? The land should be returned to the indigenous people to restore justice. The Treaty of 1851 clearly states that once the land is vacated, it should be returned. Returning the land is a tangible way to address generational trauma caused by colonization. It moves beyond symbolic gestures of land acknowledgements into meaning action. The land needs to be returned for cultural preservation. Indigenous communities have used this land and revitalize their traditions, languages, practices, ensuring that they thrive for generations to come. Some may worry about economic logistics and impacts on returning the land. However, initiatives are not about exclusion, it's about collaboration. The indigenous leaders have expressed their willingness to work with local government and communities to ensure the land benefits everyone. The BIPOC Alliance would like to ask that 100% of the land be returned to its rightful owners, the indigenous people. I would like to acknowledge that I've taken the time within the indigenous community to listen to what they have to say, and I've heard that they would like no less than 40%. Returning the Hughes Stadium land to the indigenous people is more than a transfer of land. It is a step forward to justice, sustainability, and unity. It is an opportunity to right wrongs of the past while building a brighter future, to take steps together to show the value of equality, respect, and collaboration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll open it up for questions. Seeing Alex.
Thank you. You had mentioned collaboration is ideal. What type of collaboration do you typically find most beneficial, or what does that look like?
Well, from what I'm hearing from the community, they really want to be active in understanding what the community would like on the land, and be active in choosing the part of the land that they would like to keep for ceremony. There are certain things culturally that can't happen on that land. For example, dogs using the bathroom, being off of leash. So they're asking for meaningful conversation, supporting the community's initiatives for the land to be used for the community as well as for their cultural practices.
All right, thanks. Olive.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for the work and, conversations that you've had going into this beforehand. Do you feel as if returning the site in its current state is, I think, an act of good faith towards, the use of the land that, Indigenous and other groups are wanting to have from it?
So what I'm understanding from the Indigenous people is that the land belongs to the people and we are all people. So they want to have these trails and bike parks potentially and all these other things on this land. But I think the foundation of doing the right thing would be to return the land and work with the Indigenous tribes to then develop a community. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. And I do have a follow-up. We have been essentially directed to present a decision or conversation using the language of the ballot initiative.
Yes.
How would you recommend we go about interpreting the piece where it's saying, the city shall not de-annex the site without another voter referendum?
That is a very good question. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not in a position to answer that. I think, and I would encourage there to be deeper dialogue around that language from people who can answer it, because that is not me. Sorry.
All right, seeing Steve.
It's kind of a two-part question as well. First off, you mentioned the cultural preservation ceremonies and practices. What are these not compatible with? What uses are these not compatible with? Also, who exactly are we returning to, and whose decision is it? Whose decision would it be to determine what happens there?
Well, I mean, Treaty of 1851 has been broken because the land has not been returned. So whoever has the land right now needs to return it. So to answer your question, whoever holds the land right now needs to return it to the Indigenous people. It's a group of all of these tribes that have been having dialogue already with the city about wanting the land back. They know very clearly who they are. They've held encampments. There was a 40-day, 40-night encampment on this property by this organization. Very easy to look up. I don't do homework for people. And that would be definitely a start to where to have these dialogues of what that would look like returning the land.
All right, thanks.
I'm not asking you to
see
do
one
the
more.
homework for anyone, but I do
sorry.
think that it is an issue that we have not had a lot of exposure to in the last day and a half.
Thank you.
right, thank you. Colin G.
Hi, thank you for being here. How was the figure of no less than 40% determined?
This was just, and I don't actually know the specific answer. That's a very great question. I didn't ask. I asked what was the least that they would want to see back to their tribes. And they had said no less than 40%. And when we were talking in that conversation, we talked about being able to plant their medicine, being able to have ceremony on the property, being able to hold sweat lodges on the property. So I think it's making it multi-use for the community, for their specific community, in addition to multiple tribes, if that makes sense.
All right, I think we have a tiny bit more time because you didn't use all the opening time. So we'll have about enough for one more question here. Sky.
Yeah, so to shadow what Olive said, the ballot measure, how I interpret it, means like ownership of the land, like giving that back would be extraordinarily difficult. Do you think providing like access, autonomy, and like decision-making, like power over the land is enough, or is the like ownership of the land essential?
The ownership of the land is not essential. From what I understand is the land, they would want it to stay public. That's the communication that I've gotten from the two sources that I've talked to in the last 48 hours, just to clarify that question, because I had a hard time with it too. One of the questions I had asked was, is this going to become indigenous land? Because then that puts a whole new spin on it. And they were like, no, this is to stay as public land for the people. But I think the ask is to make sure that there is autonomy in the land that they do use for their cultural practices. So I hope that answered your question.
Great, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, if the next presenters can make their way to the front, please. And by the way, just to prep this, group one will be going with the first presenter we saw. If you got an ACE card earlier on today, group two will be going with the presenter we just saw. If you got a number 2 card, and group 3, if you had a number 3 card, will be going with these presenters that are coming up now. And group 4 will be staying in this room. Appreciate everyone again. Presenters, thank you so much for helping me not have to jump in and being respectful of the group and the time here. Really appreciate that. I'm sorry, my mic is making noise. I keep forgetting to mute. I will try.
And similar note, a reminder and ask if you're a delegate to speak as closely to the mic as you can. It's difficult for people to hear on the live stream. Thank you.
All right, start whenever you're ready. We'll start the clock whenever you're ready. Are the slides working all right?
I don't think they're advancing.
Okay, let's see if I can. Lauren, we might need a tech support here. Sorry about that.
I don't think they're advancing.
Ah, there we go. I think they are now. Okay, let's see if that arrow key is left and right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa Rosas, and this is Catherine Dubiel and Elena Lopez. We are paths organizers. 8 years ago, we saw the beauty in this land and had a vision to save, use, property from being developed. The vision to preserve and protect this land in perpetuity. After a city council meeting in 2017, a few energized people began to come together to organize against the development at Hughes and for the preservation of Hughes as a protected open space. Citizens met regularly and began to organize the community. In 2020, 3 indigenous Chicanas, myself and Elena included, formally formed PATHS as a nonprofit organization, citizen initiative to protect Hughes. The intent was always to conserve Hughes as protected open space, and the most protected zoning designation in the land use code is public open lands, or POL, a zoning which a natural area falls under. And the theme by the community was to allow for a low impact recreational activities, retain the disc golf course and sledding hill, keep it as natural as possible, and keep it as protected open space. During the April 2021 election, over 28,000 people spoke at the ballot boxes by casting their votes, and the citizens' petition overwhelmingly passed by over 69% of the casted votes. If you're wondering how a citizen's petition works, this is what it entailed for us. We needed to gather a minimum of approximately 3,200 signatures, and we were able to collect over 8,600. There were more signatures that were collected, but that's where the city clerk stopped counting. We spoke and interacted with every single person who signed, because that is what is necessary when collecting signatures for a petition. The vision of the community was to conserve the land as protected open space, to minimize human impact and disturbance, and to have only very low intensity uses or less impact than what exists now at Hughes. Fort Collins does not define open spaces in their code the way many other cities and communities do in Colorado. There's no real definition, as pointed out yesterday by city staff. The Hughes parcel lies between Maxwell and Pine Ridge natural areas at the base of our foothills. It offers continuity of a protected wildlife migration path and a unique ecotone that transitions from the foothills to the plains, and a unique once-in-a-lifetime chance to extend protected natural area parcels. Hughes is an example of nature reclaiming habitat for human encroachment. It offers a place for community members to enjoy the surroundings of nature and the enjoyment of the dark skies for both the wildlife and humans to experience. A natural area is the most unifying and inclusive use for this parcel. It serves as the largest diverse needs of people in the community, no matter their socioeconomic background, their health status, or their age, allowing for use by many of our youth and senior citizen community. It would also be accessible to those who have mobility and disabilities, and of course, accessible to our local wildlife as well. Now let's talk about what seems to be a common question: funding. Our community values its natural areas so much that for the last 30 years, we have been paying a tax to help fund our open spaces. There's a current open space yes ballot tax fund, which people have been giving willingly to. In the current economy, the above mentioned tax still brings in $7 to $10 million annually, with money being rolled over into subsequent years. The language for the open space yes ballot can be found in your binders, which were previously provided by Healthy Democracy. And 80% of this money is specifically to be used to the purchase and protect open space. It is important to see the need and the value in purchasing and protecting lands within our city limits, which are more easily accessible to reach than traveling to Estes Park or somewhere near the Wyoming border. Not everyone always travels by car or bus, and purchasing and conserving land within Fort Collins makes sense. A natural area is the only use that is consistent with the legislative intent of the ballot measure. It offers multi-uses without placing infrastructure on the parcel or cutting up and breaking into the land. It allows our youth of today how to promote stewardship of our lands and the value of conservation. A natural area at Hughes is unifying for all. It allows for all of the activities that have been mentioned to you in all of the presentations you have heard this weekend. Ceremonies with temporary structures for our indigenous communities, low impact trails for walking, hiking, and running, continuation of extended low impact bike trail from the foothills and Maxwell trails, a release site for our rehabilitated wildlife, seasonal sledding, disc golf, nature educational stations, and informational signs about the foothills habitat, to also include information about our local indigenous community who occupy these lands.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open it up to questions. Colin.
It is, sorry, is it the, first of all, thank you for being here. Is it the position of your organization that the aforementioned bike park is low impact?
No, there was a city survey that was done, I believe, in 2023. And in that survey, it categorized the different uses that people wanted to see at Hughes. And it categorized the wildlife campus as well as the bike park as high impact. And we see it that way as well.
All right, thank you. Steve.
Would you, as Miss Lewis from BIPOC, just characterize the land? Would you characterize it as stolen and needs to be returned? And who exactly would you, if it was up to you completely, would you leave in charge to, make this decision?
Yeah, we would agree that all North American lands are stolen, actually. But this is a unique situation where the community came together after we formed paths. Our allies across the community, cross sections of various backgrounds and ages and socioeconomic backgrounds. So and certainly people of color and Anglo folks, we all came together to make this happen. And so it's unique in that way. And I think that what I like about the natural areas proposal too is that there's no other department in the city structure that has worked so closely with indigenous groups and are really trying to do right by them. And so that is why we also support the natural area use.
All right. Thank you. Not seeing any questions here. We'll leave it for a moment, and then I'll invite you to add any additional words here. Let's give it a moment here. Any other questions folks want to bring up? Do you want to add anything? Let's keep it. We'll keep it open here for a few minutes. See if folks generate questions.
I just wanted to reiterate for people who perhaps have not had the experience of participating in a community-wide action like a citizen-initiated ordinance. That takes an enormous amount of grassroots effort, and we wouldn't have been successful had it not been for the community coming together behind this. It's reflected by the number of volunteers that were engaged, by the number of people who signed the petition, and then ultimately the number of people who went to the ballot box and said, yes, we do want to keep Hughes as open space.
And I would like to add that, when we had this vision, that's where we sat down to come up with that entire whereas statement that I believe you guys were given when you came in from lunch. So it really leads into what our thoughts were about using this for everyone, for nature, and protecting that entire parcel as protected open space. And that is the closest thing, like I said, that comes within our land use code. And now we have the opportunity to put an extra protection on top of that by designating it as a 100% natural area. And again, it is one of the most inclusive designations for all the activities that have been talked about in these discussions so far this weekend.
All right. We've got a couple more minutes here if anyone would like to jump in. Olive.
Would designating the parcel as, protracted natural area in any way prevent or restrict other interest groups' intent of using the space for culturally significant practices?
Thank you. No, we don't believe so. I mean, certainly many of the lodge structures and ceremonial structures are often temporary structures, are not permanent. And I know that my fellow Indigenous people don't want to see a built environment there, at least the ones that I've spoken with and have come and approached us. So I think it's again, we just want to reiterate how important the natural area designation is and how unifying it is. It's truly unifying across all the proposed activities that we've seen assembly. I do want to take the remaining time to respectfully refute the assertion that we didn't have a vision. I mean, we had a vision the entire time, that from the very beginning, 8 or 9 years ago when we started this this effort, and that it got us through uphill climbs and multiple battles successfully to get to where we are. And there's been countless of them. There's not enough time to talk about those, but I do want to say that we've had this vision all along for something that benefits everyone, and that, of course, conserves that space as protected natural area.
Okay. Thank you so much. It takes us to 12 minutes total. Appreciate you being here, and you'll be with group 3 here in just a moment. All right. Thanks, everyone. All right, and we're going to head straight into groups. Again, I think everybody knows where you're headed because you were just there. If we can have delegates and presenters head up first, and then monitors will bring members of the public up. Just a moment. Yeah, a question. Who are the moderators for groups 1 and 2? Sorry, we didn't know that. That's right, because they didn't go up. Who? Group 1 moderator. Group 1 moderator is Phil right there. See Phil. Group 2 moderator. It's Tamanda. Fantastic. Find Tamanda right there. Group 2. Thank you very much for that clarification. Group 4, please stay down here in this room. We'll let everyone clear out here for a moment. Group 4, feel free to get yourself some coffee. We'll just reconvene in just a couple minutes when the room kind of clears out.
Okay, yeah, just wait for a second. So you can go with that. We're just trying to have So I'll see. I can, you know what, you go. Okay, great.
You know what? Was there a third person going up with Rupa and Sylvia, or was it you?
I think it's me.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but I
Just go up and
this.
And are we actually on break right now?
We are not on break right now. Thanks very much for asking. Sorry, there's just shuffling here. People may be using the restroom, but yeah, please come back to the U if you would. Yep.
Can you just confirm which agenda item we're on? There's some times that are type of.
Oh, are there? Sorry about that.
Okay. But
Yeah, we're on G1 right now. Yep. Yep. Keeping. Okay, fantastic. Delegates, please make your way back to the U, and others in the back of the room, please take conversations outside. Thank you.
yeah, I did. Yes. Oh, we all got one. This is a multiple sheet.
All right, we're coming into a new and exciting period of the Assembly's work. Thanks very much. I hear a shush in the back of the room. Appreciate that. Collaborative quieting. Okay, so this next little bit here is going to be some first kind of shot at a little bit of making determinations here. I won't say decision making because nothing's final, as I think Justin mentioned this morning. This is just kind of that we're getting some ideas about things. Well, about a couple different things that are going to help us between weekends to get information that you request and prioritize what the top most important of that information is, and for you all to get an idea and for folks who are helping out with that sort of feasibility analysis between weekends to get an idea about what kinds of proposals are rising to the top for you all. But we're also going to have a couple periods of just discussion in here. I know there's a bunch of things that folks want to share with the rest of the Assembly. So let's start that now. Are there things that people want to report back to the full group, key important info that that you want to bring back to the full Assembly? Lucy. And Jason, if I could.
I was in the small group with the bike park and open space proposal, and something interesting from that small group was that the high density areas, or where the bike park would be in relation to the whole site acreage, and where you are within the park itself, isn't really impactful or visible depending on your vantage point, and it would be kind of closer to the main overland road ideally. I thought that was interesting.
Thanks much. Olive.
The group that I broke off with and spoke to, they had some former members of the group paths, and they had kind of presented that there was never an initial agreement on what the space would look like or be used for. It was more so the timeliness of a potential sale of the property was more pressing to get the ballot initiative pushed through. And yeah.
Thanks for that. Other information. Sky.
Yeah, so I was with the second group with Stephanie from the BIPOC Alliance, and a lot of our conversation really focused on land back and how we can give that land back and honor it and acknowledge that it was Indigenous land and right that great injustice that happened a while ago, and specifically like strategies and techniques to make sure that it stays Indigenous land. Obviously, it's hard logistically to get that through, especially with the wording of the ballot measure and stuff, but just making sure that functionally Indigenous people have access to and autonomy over a good portion of that land.
Thanks for that. Any other things to bring back? Whole group from readings or small groups? Okay, fantastic. And Sky, I believe you have a piece of information to share. Actually, hold on to that for just a second because I wasn't able to set up the document camera. I'm still going to attempt to do that before the end of the day so you can kind of show that visual material to everyone. So let's hold on to that for the moment. Anything else folks want to bring back here? Peter, go for it.
So I guess I'm concerned about the bike park high density use versus low density use. And what in the small group, the bike park folks pointed out that it was on a scale. And if you compare a bike park to doing nothing, it looks like high impact. But if you compare a bike park to, like a playscape, then it might actually be low impact. And so I think it depends what you compare to, I guess. And so I think that's something that to be aware of when we're seeing these designations. But maybe that might have been an opinion.
Oh, that's all right. I hope I didn't scare people policing that too hard. We're about to head into opinions fully welcome world. It's still in our information phase, Ben.
I was in the speaking group with Pats, and something that they said that sat with me that I did not know before was that biking is currently allowed on natural areas.
Thanks for that. I think let's pause there, not seeing any others yet. Let's pause there. You've just received a document, and my advice was to throw that in the second tab where the presenter's schedule is. 5-6 pages back in front. Now, I know this is a lot here, but you're also at a point where you're familiar with all of the information that's come before you this weekend, and as someone said, it's certainly been a fire hose. Let's take 5 or so minutes to just look at this document. This is the list of suggested presenters from that information committee. You heard from 9 of the top of their selections this weekend, but they selected, and those were, some of the highest prioritized folks, but there were a lot of other folks on the list that didn't get as many votes. So just take a look at this list, and from what you know of the information you want to receive, see if you want to pick out any more, write any more of those yellow stickies here last minute to request any information with 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, and just to add, all of the presenters that you did hear from are also on that list. These are in order alphabetically. They're not in order of popularity or the frequency they were mentioned. There's also a list at the bottom that has all of the recommended organizations from the community guide conversations. And you'll notice that some don't have a specific person or organization suggested, but maybe a topic. And if that's the case, and that is a topic that you would like to hear about, and you have an organization or idea or a person in mind that could help address that information, feel free to write that on your information request.
And you can invite folks back that you've already heard from as well.
You can also invite people who aren't on this list. It's just a starting point.
may I ask a question for the group? So according to the menu, the topic is the main subject that the IC felt was important. Was this confirmed for accuracy with the presenters themselves?
Not a bit.
Okay, interpretation.
Nope. It's just the little brainstorm note that the IC thought might be the thing they might talk about. How are folks doing? Folks like more time with this, or are you feeling? I'm seeing maybe be just another minute or two. Please, if you do find new info requests, write those on yellow sticky notes and maybe put your hand up and we'll collect those and over on for you. Let's do that. Lydia.
Are we supposed to ask for the particular speaker that we want to have more information from? I mean, there's only a request that we can make, or there's not going to be that opportunity to have them come back. I just wanted clarification.
Yeah, you can request anything you like, a speaker or a type of information. Maybe I'm missing something, and somebody who's been here already or you haven't seen before. I think I missed something. Is that it?
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Yep.
From
Just
the list of all these speakers.
from the list of any of those, this list is just to kind of jog your memory of, you've already populated a lot of requests, but hey, maybe there's something else that a quick look at this would jog your memory for. That's it. And Justin, I think, is collecting anything new, any yellow stickies that you'd like to add to the mix here.
If it's like a request to hear from somebody we haven't heard from before, do we still put that on a yellow sticky note?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. All right, and is there any small group mods that aren't busy? If you could come up to the front, thanks. What TMF is distributing right now, pick your favorite color, is a little marker. And this is how we'll be doing voting in this process, at least for now, is These have different colors and shapes on them, and this is sort of so you can keep track of your own, what you voted on already or not. So please hold on to this and keep this safe. We don't have a ton of extras. Well, we have some extras, but they're duplicates. So hold on to this. This will be your color and symbol. And the way that voting will work today, prioritization, is you'll be voting on everything. Well, you don't have to vote on something, but if you don't vote, that'll just be kind of a zero, a neutral, nothing. But look at the item that you want to vote on. Think about how you'd like to vote, and then turn up the little flap. 4 different options for voting on each of these are strongly agree, somewhat agree, neutral or don't know, and disagree. When we add these up, strongly agree will be worth 2 points, somewhat agree will be worth 1 point, neutral will be worth 0, disagree will be worth -1. Basically, we'll be adding up these votes, and here's a thing, and that's how we will determine which are the highest priority information items to collect. Now, we'll get through as many as we can, and that there's time for next weekend. But the idea here is to prioritize them because there's quite a lot, and we may not be able to get to some of the ones that are far down the list or have time to invite those folks here. So yeah, it'll look like this. And the reason why there's a flap is because something that I think was mentioned earlier today called anchoring bias can happen, where if you see other people's votes first, that may influence how you vote. So before opening the flap, look at the thing, think about how you'd like to vote, and then open the flap and vote. That's just our advice so that you can kind of, vote as an individual and not be drawn into groupthink. And make a sort of a stamp with the thing like that, and that'll put your shape and your color on it. Does that make sense? And any questions about voting procedure here? Okay, we're getting a late breaking edition still. Any late breaking editions? Not seeing any hands. Okay, sweet. Peter, yeah, go for it. Grab the mic if you will.
So are we voting on info requests and ideas, or both, or either?
Thank you so much for the clarification. No, just information requests at this time. A key piece of information I forgot to mention. Yes, just the yellow, the ones below the yellow stickies here. We'll get to the ideas later on today. Give me just a second. And Rupa from city staff has just mentioned that the city staff has gone along here and put sticky notes. I see 2 different colors, but the colors don't matter. Right. Colors don't matter. So anything with a sticky note on it, the city has just volunteered that they can provide. Doesn't matter. It's not going to matter where it's ranked. They will provide it, is their promise right now. So, sorry, is that overstating it? The sticky note represents a promise. So you don't need to worry about those. Those are taken care of. Focus on the ones that don't have those little notes on them. Any other questions? Okay, let's take we'll take how long it takes. Vote away. That's a great point. There is a break after this. So after you finish voting, take a break. We'll aim to be back here about 3:20-ish.
And they can go to break and then come back to vote.
Yeah, you can also break and then vote. Just all of that happening in the next 23 minutes.
Yeah. You will be, yes, just later, not yet.
Can we request that as soon as you're done voting to sit down so we're not lingering up there to use space?
Oh, good call. Quick note, suggestion from Colin, that once you're done voting, maybe don't linger, come back and sit down or go to your break. So there's more room for people to review the information requests.
What are we high fiving? Cleaning up. Well,
Thank you. So we're going to be doing a lot more of that very soon, in different forms, different formats. One of the things that we have worked into the process is, the city staff is here as a resource for all of you, and are also able to provide information as it comes up if it's new, anything that may influence your decisions as delegates and with your recommendations. And we really believe that you all should have fully informed decision-making capabilities. So I'm going to pass it off to Rupa for a little bit of an update. And Jenny's going to join her too.
Hello again. So we were waiting to see if any of the presenters were going to bring this up, but since they haven't, and it is public information, we did want to share that as of Friday, there are 2 petitions that are circulating right now, and they have been brought forward by the Paths group. And Ginny can take you through what both of these petitions are, but they do directly affect the Hughes Stadium site.
So I brought up the information which you can find. I don't know if you can see it there. It's on our fcgov.com/elections/ you have to look under petitions. But the first one is asking that it really just becomes the entire parcel a natural area. You'll see that in all caps down here. And that the city, again, the same language, sell, lease, or otherwise convey to a third party or rezone to any other designation. The second petition, they're asking for a special election. Right now, all of our elections are in November. They're seeking a separate petition. And I actually haven't read this one. Do you know what this one does?
It's just calling. Yeah. So the first petition would strike all the language, like remove the public open lands and all of that language and replace it with natural area. And it also adds that the city shall not de-annex, cease acquisition efforts. So the addition is sell, lease, or otherwise convey to a third party. So that's part of the petition. So striking all of the designations and replacing with just natural area, and then saying that the city shall not sell, lease, or otherwise convey to a third party. That's petition number 1. Petition number 2 would be to have the question be put on a special election. So if it's not on a special election, it would go to the November election.
Yes. Do you have questions?
Actually, I have something to add. Text messages have been going out to members of our city for the last 3 days, encouraging people to go to these. I was aware of this. Informing them that Paths is circulating an official citizen petition to designate Hughes a protected city natural area, and we need your help. These text messages have been going out to an undisclosed number of people for the past 3 days, multiple times a day. Just that the group wanted to know about that.
And so I'm gonna let Rupa fill in a few more details. So petitions are starting. So again, we've had a lot of questions throughout on citizen petitions. And I just want to clarify, because some of the questions up there were like, what was the language that council created to refer? Anytime citizens want to run an initiative, and this has happened for this issue, this is how we actually got medical marijuana, if you recall. So that language gets written by citizens. They have to go out and collect a certain number of signatures of registered voters. That number is determined by however many people participated in the last election. When they get the required number of signatures, that then goes to the clerks to verify, and then it's presented to council, and they are legally bound once that process happens to refer that language written by the residents to the ballot. So citizen initiative activities, we're just following a process. Council isn't really weighing in or changing or making value statements on those. They are just referring it to the voters. So this is very similar. The petitions are out there. How many do they need and when do they need them by?
Yeah, so they have 63 days to circulate.
Is your mic on?
So they have 63 days to circulate. So for a special election, to call a special election, that requires more signatures. So that they would have to get 7,605 signatures. And then just to put it on the ballot for the November election, it would be 5,079. And that number is set by, it's 10% of the last number of voters in the last election. And they need to collect all those signatures by June 11th. And then the city clerk's office has a period of time, I think now it's 10 days, in order to verify that they've received the correct number of signatures, and then it goes to council.
Okay. See Liv on stack.
How do these petitions affect our process in these weekends?
So, do you want to take it? Go ahead.
I mean, I hope it doesn't impact your process. This is an important process. This is what council wanted to do. It's what we wanted to do. You know, we could play out a bunch of different scenarios depending on a recommendation you make. If this groups get these signatures, there will be a question on the November ballot saying, should we make Hughes entirely a natural area? And if the voters pass that, that's how that goes.
So just to add to that, so a voter approved ballot initiative would supersede like a council resolution.
When you say supersede, just to explain what that means.
It trumps it, yeah. What if it takes the place of? It invalidates the council resolution.
Very good.
Not a good.
And I don't want people to be disheartened, right? I mean, this is a process. Council could also decide that they want to put your recommendation on the ballot, and our timing works.
And so if that happens, if there's two questions on the ballot that relate to the same topic, then, and if both get a majority, then whichever question has a higher majority would win. Have a good weekend.
Colin.
I wanted to point out that our city paid $150,000 to Healthy Democracy to make this happen, our money. And they're trying to undermine this whole process. I just wanted to point that out.
See Christine next.
While I can agree that maybe the timing can be discouraging, they are exercising their right. They're exercising their right. They're following a process. Maybe we do or don't agree, but they're following their rights.
It's all democracy right here, out there, everywhere.
Any other questions or comments about this? Great. Thanks very much, Steve.
Very process that they're trying to subterfuge. Sat there looking at all of them. I actually had
Okay. I'm going to bring your attention all back up front again. So many I love it. I imagine there's quite a bit that could be talked about right now, so I appreciate your attention. We're going to move right back into process and do another gallery walk, but instead of focusing on the information requests, we are going to shift our attention to the idea sheets, which I believe are all on this side of the room at this point. And we also had a request from a delegate to differentiate those that came from you and those that came from presenters. So the ones that came from presenters have a sticker on the corner. And let's see. So what we're going to do is you should have
pink and green.
Okay. Pink and green sticky notes. So we're going to be exploring tension points and collaboration points on each idea. So you're not voting on the idea yet, but we're just analyzing them a little bit further. So what you're going to do is you're going to walk through, you're going to read. Some of these are pretty text heavy. And if you notice a point of tension or potential conflict, you can put the pink sticky note directly onto the idea sheet. If you would like to write what you perceive that conflict or tension point to be, you're more than welcome to, but you don't have to. And same for the collaboration points. If you see something where people or their multiple ideas could collaborate and work together, stick the green sticky note on there. You can write an explanation or you cannot. Even without the explanation, the visual will have of ideas with, maybe high amounts of pink sticky notes or high amounts of green can give us a little bit more insight into the ideas themselves. And one thing too is that if you just received some new information, you're going to be taking in new information while looking at the idea sheets. If you want to go back and vote on an information request or add an information request, you're welcome to do so. Did I get everything?
Yep. I was just going to add that you all, we sort of apportioned little stacks of green and pink sticky notes. If you run out, maybe ask somebody else. There's probably more floating around in the room. There's not necessarily a limit. Just passed out a few to each person.
Does anyone have any questions?
I wondered if you look at collaboration or I guess conflict, do the ideas have like a number on them? So like I could, if I was looking at idea 62 and I thought it was in conflict with idea 52, I could write 52. I don't know if that.
Do they have
Brilliant point. And yes, they do have numbers on them now, thanks to some of the mods who have been running around. Golf clap. And thank you so much for mentioning that. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
great point.
Also spreading them out a little
Oh,
bit
yeah,
so people have
yeah.
more room to work.
Ah, yeah,
We're sure how
fabulous.
many of these you guys were going to make, so we needed it.
Yeah, be sure to, they're all along here, I guess, aren't they?
Yeah,
Cool.
on the left side. Okay, does that make sense? And we'll do 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how active and invested you seem. We'll play it by ear. So ready, set, go.
Go ahead and they do whatever they do. Just
Just to reiterate, green is collaboration, pink is tension or conflict.
Okay.
it was about kind of making sure people don't feel pressured to agree too quickly. I heard a couple of comments in the small groups earlier that it seemed like folks were feeling better able to articulate, I'm not ready to make a decision yet, or maybe I'm still a little undecided. And that's okay. And certainly disagreement or conflict still at this stage can be very productive and very helpful, I think, as you all kind of spend some time over the next couple of weeks before the second weekend of the assembly. So just keep that in mind, that disagreement and conflict, I think, can potentially be beneficial at this point still, as long as it's respectful. So we wanted to give you guys a chance just to pair up with your neighbor and have a short discussion about what's coming to mind for you now that you had a chance to go through these ideas and add some tension points and add some potential kind of collaboration points, thinking about ways maybe these ideas might be refined. So spend a couple of minutes talking to your neighbor about that. Any new ideas or insights or revised kind of ideas maybe that have emerged from you, and then we'll have you share those as a group. So 2 minutes.
Did you see that one? Yeah, that's fine.
I talked to lips.
I said this is maybe firing about likely to raise prospect and all of them. Yeah, everybody there. No, hey, no.
Speaking of
You know that it's but I do like it.
Tent on the end if you want to report out something you talked about in your pair or trio. Oh, that's okay, Peter. No worries. If you want to share something out from the pair discussion that you just had, now's your opportunity. Just stand your table tent up and See, Colin?
We were we were remarking on what seems to be the synergy in the room. If you look at, we've got a lot of all greens, right? Or like mostly greens or like mostly pink. That one over there that has all the pink on it, that's not mine. I didn't do that one.
Put a pink on.
We got Jacob next.
So one thing we discussed was the commonality in many of the larger scoped suggestions was working with the indigenous people and finding a way to develop the land while also respecting their wishes and allowing them to use it however they see fit. And another thing I noticed in a couple of the smaller scale ones was the need for traffic and pedestrian infrastructure in the area, just because South Overland tends to be kind of dangerous for biking and walking.
Thanks, Jake. Christine?
I was just saying I was really impressed to see how many idea sheets were up there because I had a hard time generating an idea, taking in so much information. So I loved seeing the variety between bigger, more full scope ideas, but then also people who had ideas for elements of all of it. So that was great.
Okay.
Yeah, so according to this document I've been referencing all day, the Parks and Rec master plan, there's a future trails and recommended trails page here with existing trails, future, and proposed trail connections. Along the Overland Road corridor, there is a future trail outlined on this map. I don't know the status of that. I don't know anything about it, but it is there and it would run along Overland through the Hughes property as well.
Do you know what year that's from?
It's from 2021.
And there are other copies of the Parks and Rec master plan over on the document archive. Liz?
I have put an inquiry in with the city because there is a trail being voted on shortly. So I wanted to know if it came into the Hughes property. So they're researching that.
For that. Any other thoughts that came up? Interesting revisions to the ideas or that came out of your pair discussion or things that came up as you were doing that kind of walkthrough that you want to share with the group? Yeah, Peter.
So I guess I really appreciate getting the full ballot initiative or verbiage. The part where it says no sale, no lease made me think that I needed to go retrace my steps on all the places where I put the Raptor Center in, because that requires a sale or a lease. And the only thing that came up, but I'm going to write a little info sheet for, is maybe we could think about having it be Raptor release or, reintroduction as an option for them.
Sky?
I wanted to add to that verbiage as well. I noticed like a good third of the pink sticky notes had to do with like who owns the land, and the city has to own the land and maintain ownership of that. For the Raptor Center specifically, I don't think they have to own the land. Like in theory, they can lease it from the city and pay the city, but then who pays for the development? And it opens up a whole nother can of worms. So.
Yeah, Benjamin. And just a reminder, if you're done with your question, if you want to put your to the front. Thank you. Oh, sorry, not questions. I meant thoughts from your pair discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's really nice to see how collaborative everything is. It really does seem like mixed use is something that's important for everybody. So yeah, just want to say I really appreciate everybody expressing their opinions.
Thanks for that. Any other thoughts folks want to share from those pair discussions? Are we ready to move on? Move on.
Handing off. All right, we've come to the point of putting a vote on these ideas. Now, this is not directly related to those green or pink sticky notes. This is about your prioritization of these ideas, how they're sitting with you right now. What are the ones you feel are the most viable, the most important? Basically, the point of this vote is just to understand, for when we give these to the city and others, what to sort of concentrate on as far as feasibility feedback between these 2 weekends. So these will all be coming back. You'll see all of them first thing when you arrive in 3 weeks. The wall will be covered with paper, but this is just to sort of prioritize, so that if folks don't have the time to do help with feasibility analysis on all of these, that they can focus on the ones that you all find to be the most viable or the most important. Does that track make sense? All right, same ideas before. Look at it, then open it up and stamp it. Same. Thank you very much. And yeah, does everyone have their markers still? Okay, brilliant. And by the way, if you can leave those markers and also leave the cards and not take those home, that would be awesome. I don't have a full deck of cards as it is, which is fine, but hold on to as many as possible. And I'm not playing a full deck, that's for sure. One more thing to say about this, and then come to your question. The other thing, as you're wandering up here, because this may not take too long, because you've already read these things sometimes multiple times. I just handed out some little kind of light purple sticky notes, yet more paper. If, as you're moving along here, you have a concept for an amendment, that's something that is on your mind that you think, I like this, but it would be better if jot that down here and stick it somewhere where it doesn't cover the text of the info sheet, and we'll just bring those back. You'll be doing a lot more of that next weekend, so you don't have to do any of that this time if you don't want to. I'm sorry, second weekend in 3 weeks from now. But we just want to make that available. So if you do have kind of ideas for amendments, you can capture them now if you want to. Okay, I saw Hadia first.
So is there only one that we're supposed to strongly agree with amongst those, and then we rank them strongly agree and just one of each, or we can agree with however many and disagree with however many we want?
Great clarification. Yeah, please vote on all of them and mark as many as you want as strongly agree and as many as you want as disagree and everything in between. Yeah. Olive.
Are we agreeing or disagreeing or strongly agreeing with any of the amendments that are up there? Because what if someone adds something after you have already addressed that one?
I'm so glad you mentioned that. Thank you. Oh my gosh, reminding me of all the things that forgetting. No, you're not agreeing or disagreeing with the amendments for exactly that reason. Somebody might come along after you and add an amendment that you don't know about. So no, you're just marking agree or disagree with the original text on the white sheet of paper. Is that all good? All right, rock and roll. in the day and said, hey, I'm seeing one of those information requests that actually I think I can answer real fast, which is all the better. By the way, if any of the rest of you saw things that you feel like you could answer, come to us next weekend or tell us between weekends. Actually, it'll save us a little work, and we'll go to you. A second weekend. Oh my goodness. Not next weekend. It's not next weekend. Some other weekend in the future, unspecified. No, it's specified. Okay. But right now we're going to turn the floor over to Sky for a few minutes and I'll bring the computer with this visual. Just a second. Okay, I need to pull it up.
And while he's working on that, TLDR.
Yes, go ahead and start. Go for it.
I'm a transit nerd. Like, yeah, I'm just weird. Fort Collins runs the transportation bus service. Fares are currently free, which is a really cool thing in my opinion. That's not relevant to this at all. There are plans in the works in that area, so I wanted to present those as well as current bus lines that are going on, or the current bus lines that are operating. So there's currently 2 bus lines that service that general area. They both run along Prospect and Overland. 30-minute frequency for each of them, Monday through Saturday. They don't run on Sundays, from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. So the area is not currently serviced by transit directly to the Hughes Stadium site. It is nearby, but nearby being like almost a mile away.
Is that 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
Correct. Yeah, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. I'm probably going to ramble a little bit, so bear with me. Yeah, there's also so if anyone knows where West Elizabeth Street is, kind of by campus and then over all the way to Overland, there's a it's in the process of design planning and stuff, BRT line. So similar to the MAX with higher frequency service. So that's planned, probably going to go in. It sounds like they're going to finish up the planning phase of that in 2026, and I'll be able to reference that once I get the computer over here. And then that will connect to the circle area a lot better. They will likely, Fort Collins will likely want to add better service to Hughes Stadium, especially if the land gets developed in any way, shape, or form. Obviously, we can't really decide that because that's like a city planning decision. But yeah. Cool.
Thanks for filling for me.
Yeah, no, here's the current transit map. If you look at the middle left, basically, you can see South Overland and the 2 and the 32 line run that way. So those are the lines I was referencing, 30-minute frequency, which is not great, but they do run most of the day, and there's 2 of them as well. With that, there's also this BRT project. So it would connect to the MAX. So a lot of accessibility, a lot of frequency, and connect to the MAX line, which allows people to come from a lot further over to that area. It would go all the way to Overland, but it is a little bit above Prospect. And so likely they would add in, if you can see my mouse on the screen, there would likely be some sort of connection in that area down along Overland to Drake, maybe. I assume there's some sort of connection plan there. I have no information, obviously, because I'm not a part of the city. And then I'll wrap this up. Sorry. Yeah, design should be 100% complete in 2026. I wanted to highlight that. So it's coming up relatively soon, but they're working on that right now. So that's all.
One clarification on that, Elizabeth. Unfortunately, well, it's going to be shared use. So there's going to be cars and MAX buses on that. So whereas the MAX line now is no cars. So MAX has to stop for lights, but it doesn't get obstructed by cars. So.
Yeah, correct.
But Elizabeth is not high traffic, so it will be great.
Yeah.
All right, super. Thanks for that. And yeah, any more things you want to share with your fellow delegates, things you discover over the next 3 weeks? Thank you. Thank you. Please bring back. And yeah, a note sort of about that. You're welcome to, talk to folks, discover more information, documents, contact anyone you wish. just please take notes of what you discover and bring that back to the assembly to share with your fellow delegates. That's the only ask. All right, that's what I say about that. And yeah, just well, let's see. What's Grace? If you could come up here with a couple of notes. All right, Grace has a couple of announcements.
Really not very many, but there's 3 W-9s that I still need. So if you haven't given me that, I still need that from 3 of you. There was one person who called me and told me they wanted to decline their stipend, and I have forgotten which of you it was. So if you would remind me, please, that would be great. And then we are really looking forward to seeing you on the 3rd, May 3rd, May 4th, 9 o'clock, same time, same place. And so if anything comes up or, you have an emergency of some kind, please do contact me. All right. It's so lovely to meet you all. Thank you for your hard work.
There's a pointing.
Are we pointing to the food and drink
so
that
that
needs to
part's-
get used up? So folks, feel free to take something on your way out. So the food and drink get used up. We have a hand from Liz.
Do we need to take all this home with us? We're not going to store it here.
We can keep it for you. We have storage, but I would recommend taking your binders home. You might want info in there over the next 3 weeks. And again, if anyone would like to take those resource binders home, just talk to us first and make you swear on the binder
And
to bring it back.
Don't leave yet.
Don't leave just yet. Also, Ansel, you have a note. Do you want?
Yeah, just like yesterday, if any of you'd like to come speak to me upstairs and just give your take on your feelings and how your process right now, I would welcome that. I've already had a couple volunteers, so I'll be here waiting for that.
That's great. Thanks, Ansel. And on that note, we wanted to end on a kind of a positive note. If you could, we'd like to just go around the room and share in one word. How are you feeling right now? And then we're going to go into the survey after that. Benjamin, you want to start us off?
I'm feeling collaborative.
Hopeful.
Optimistic.
Grateful for everyone's participation.
Alex stole mine. I'm hopeful.
I'm excited.
I'm pretty optimistic.
Unqualified.
Appreciative of everybody's.
Feeling curious. I felt determined. I felt encouraged.
Energized.
Inquisitive.
Honored. Encouraged.
Informed.
Kind of sleepy.
Expectant.
Encouraged.
Lovely. Thank you, everyone. Now we have Katie is going to hand out our end of day surveys. Again, a very short survey that will help us get feedback from you all on how today went. We're going to hand those out real quick.
Jason is.
And thank you.
Jason is.
Thank you so much for your service this weekend. It was wonderful to spend the weekend with you.
Hi, everybody. As the surveys are going around, I just want to remind you to put your participation ID that's on the back of your name tag on that. For some of the new folks, Katie is going to give you a number because I don't think it's printed on the back of yours. Another reminder is that Healthy Democracy will not be getting